out trainings and webinars for beneficiaries, but also for implementing institutions. So today I have a pleasure to carry out this webinar for you. My aim is that you find out more about when your activities in the projects may become stated relevant, or when you can have a chance to exclude stated from your projects. So I hope that you will ask as many questions as possible. I'm here to answer your questions. Maybe not all of them. Maybe I will have to come back with my answer later on, but still I'm here to help you. So take this chance. If you have any doubts about anything that you see in the slides, as Kyriakos mentioned already, please ask the questions immediately. Because if you forget about your question, then you might miss something. So I strongly encourage you not to hesitate to put your questions on chat or raise your hand. I wish that you can devote this 4 hours and a half today to listen on stated issues. Please grab your coffee or your tea, sit comfortably in your chair, and just forget about your daily task. So you become more familiar with the issue of stated. I know that stated issue is not the most fascinating subject in the world. I realize that. But I can only promise that I'll do my best that this subject became more familiar, more listeners friendly. And I hope that you will be able to listen and to be also engaged in this webinar. When it comes to this webinar today, it will last 4 hours and a half. We will have a break for lunch. It's going to be 15 past 12. And it will last 35 minutes, around 35 minutes. Then we will continue. The agenda is there for you. The presentation I will share in a minute is divided into blocks, subjects, let's say, and I will present them. It's going to be a little bit flexible. Maybe we will move some sub-subjects after the break, but it doesn't really matter. They will still be there. Do you have any questions to this part? Do you want to ask anything at this moment? Alexandra and Kyriakos will monitor your questions every time and answers every time you put something on the chat. I also can see the chat, but I don't see any questions. So I will start sharing my presentation. So can you see it? Please nod your head.
We can see it.
Okay, that's good. So I hope that you are ready to jump into this journey on stated with me. We will start with the second very short introduction to this subject. I think that most of you ask yourself, why do I need stated in my project? Or do we really need it for such a small amount of money? And who will really care about that? Is it really important? Well, the fact is that European Commission it is really important for European Commission to monitor stated. And stated issue is not new. The provisions on state aid appeared many years ago in 50s. It is almost as old as the European community. State aid is in principle prohibited if it violates the European Union internal market. And this is Article 107, which is in Lisbon Treaty. But this article appeared for the first time in the Rome Treaty, and it hasn't changed. Although there were changes in the treaty, Maastricht Treaty, Lisbon Treaty, the number of the article changed, but not the principle. And when the single market was established by the European Commission, competition issues became even more important. Therefore, the Commission, European Commission, really needs to monitor this issue. But the problem is that according to Article 108, that follows 107, states that European Commission accepts every case of member states' public support, which is stated, and there were too many cases later on.
Therefore, sorry to interrupt you. Have you changed the slide maybe? Because we can only see the first one.
All right. No. You cannot see the slides being changed?
No. Could you please try once again?
I can see my slides changing in my screen. So this is a problem, maybe, I don't know why, but I can see. Let's do it this way. Maybe I will stop sharing the presentation. Technical reasons.
Well, these things happen.
Yes. Okay, so I will try to share the presentation once again. Confirm if it.
There seems to be a technical issue. Please be patient for a moment. We have received many interesting reactions in the chat about how you feel on state aid. I'm sure you're waiting.
Well, the problem is that when you test, it's fine.
Yes, always.
When it comes to the reality, you suddenly have some technical problems. Can you see the presentation? No?
Not yet. Have you shared it already?
This is very weird because...
now we see a black screen.
Okay, sometimes it takes time to upload. Perfect. Yes.
Please try changing the slides.
I'll try to move the slides.
Yes, we can see the slides moving. Yes.
Can you see the next one?
Success. Okay. Yes. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so that was the slide on the history of state aid. So I must say that when the Commission had too many cases on state aid, they introduced first provisions on de minimis because the minimis up to a certain level allows to consider this public support, member state support, as no state aid, in fact. And the first provisions on the minimis were up to 100,000 euro. Now they are up to 300,000 euro. They are not considered to be state aid. This is a kind of aid. But not necessary that it does not violate the European Union internal market. But the Commission also in 2001 introduced first provisions on block exemptions. What does it mean? Block exemptions are certain in certain sectors like cultural heritage, for example, local infrastructure, research and development, and others. The Commission said that if the member state words grants the stated under based on this block exemptions provisions on block exemptions, this kind of aid will not violate internal market of the European Union. And therefore, we in Interreg projects are only operating on provisions on de minimis when we grant aid in the South Baltic program and the provisions on block exemptions. We do not have to notify to the European Commission every single case of the support of stated that we give or grant in the South Baltic program, due to the fact that we operate based on those provisions. And if I asked you if you are happy with the state aid in your project, for example, if you are already partners and you have stated, or maybe you will become project partners and you will receive stated, would you be happy to have the positive assessment of stated and have stated in your projects? Can you put your short answer on the chat, yes or no? I don't see your answers at the moment, so maybe
We have already a no. So
no.
If you want to comment on it.
You mean we have only no at the moment, right?
Yes, but maybe people do not know enough already about the state aid.
I am not surprised, not at all, that you put the no answer. I assume that most of us, not only you as applicants, not only you as future beneficiaries, or neither we as the implementing institutions would be probably happy. I guess that we where most likely look like this, like the face of this lady in the picture. Probably some of you know the lady. I didn't ask her about the stated, and her face is not as the reaction on stated, but our reaction will be probably like this. We do not really realize that the truth is that stated actually can be beneficial. In most cases, the public support is there to support economic development and gives the possibility and chance to undertakings to develop their investments or innovations. Innovations are very, very popular now, and the European Commission, due to the Draghi report, also stands that innovations should be developed in member states of the European Union. This kind of support, as stated, can really develop specific sectors like green technology, for example. And we also support with our Interreg projects this kind of innovations and small innovations and development of SMEs, etc. So ERDF that we give in our South Baltic program is mainly there to support economic development, and when it is related to the economic activity later on, it will become stated. Stated is there also to protect the market and jobs in crisis. We already know that we had to go through the financial crisis of 2008. Banks mostly were supported with state aid, but also in COVID, a lot of SMEs, and due to the war in Ukraine or due to natural disasters that are happening all the time or energy crisis. So it's not like this that state aid is prohibited. It can be there, but it should not violate the internal market of the European Union, and it should be granted in accordance with the rules. And also, it must be purposeful, proportionate, and necessary to achieve specific socio-economic objective. If it is there, it is also allowed. So that was a short introductory, second introductory to this presentation. And now I will be talking about the subjects, the blocks of this presentation. We will talk in more details about 8 issues. The last one actually is to summarize our meeting. But first of all, we will talk about the definition of an enterprise, who can be an enterprise and when, state aid conditions. Can we exclude any of the conditions in our projects and avoid state aid in this way? How to avoid state aid? Maybe that's not the best question because it's a pejorative meaning. Maybe we should ask ourselves, how can we exclude state aid from our projects? The forms of aid in South Baltic projects, we should know what type of state aid is granted by the managing authority. The cumulation rules are important because you will have 2 different sources of co-financing on your projects, ERDF plus own contribution. And we will also talk about state aid self-check assessment test, which is a new tool for you as applicants of the 5th, maybe the last call in the South Baltic program. I will talk in details how to answer the questions in this test. Also, the positive assessment of state aid. What does this mean for you? What steps are in front of you if you get the positive evaluation of your project by the external expert? And at the end, we will summarize, we will talk a little bit about the advantages and disadvantages of having state aid. Maybe you will see some advantages, maybe you will have a chance also, and I hope you will say something from your side. What are the main obstacles for you? What are the limits for you, how you experienced state aid, or you maybe will experience if you are fresh applicants. However, the mics will be on, you will have a chance also to speak up. So let's start with the definition of an enterprise. I would like you to take into account that this definition in the meaning of state aid is not the same definition as the national ones that you probably have in your countries. The definition of an enterprise or an undertaking, because in the provisions of the regulations you will see an undertaking and not an enterprise, but this definition states that an entity conducting economic activity, it is the entity conducting economic activity regardless of its legal status and method of financing. What does it mean, the economic activity? It is any activity consisting in offering goods and services on the market. So as you see, it does not really matter if you are a registered undertaking enterprise in the National Register for Private Enterprises. You It does not matter also that you generate profit. There is also the interpretation from 90s on this issue. It matters only if you offer goods and services on the market. Your the character, your statutory position does not matter. Either you are private or public entity. You can become an enterprise in the meaning of stated provisions. And the concept of an enterprise can be found by you in the regulation 651, which is called GBER in Annex 1, as well as the regulation 2831, which is the regulation on the minimis, the preamble. But most interpretations on enterprises in the meaning of stated you will find in the judgments of Court of Justice, the first one from 90s, and also in the Commission notice on the notion of stated within the meaning of Article 107. And I strongly recommend you to look into this document because it explains not only on the definition of an enterprise, but also on stated conditions and the possibilities to exclude stated. So, in conclusions, with regard to the definition of an enterprise, it is necessary to analyze each entity with regard to its economic activity under market competition, not taking into account whether you are public or private. In the South Baltic program, there are many different partners. Most of you of having a public character, nature. We have NGOs, chambers of commerce, trade unions. We have public authorities like municipalities. We have educational entities like universities. We might have SMEs, cluster startups, research and development entities, cultural organizations. Not many religious associations, but I decided to put them here because it might happen, being as a partner or maybe as a targeted, maybe they can be a targeted group. And maybe you will be doing some activities in the project for such type of third final recipients. We never know. The fact is that if you are partners in the partnership, you are different partners, either public or private, you perform some activities. You are engaged in, let's say, the same activity, work together to work out some solutions in the project, to work out some outputs in the project. I just want to underline here that although you are different partners and you work on the same activity might become stated for some of you or not necessarily become stated for the other. And I will talk about it later, but just maybe a brief example. If you are the university and you work on developing some solutions of the production line, and some SMEs also are partners in the same projects, the results of this project will become an advantage for SMEs, and not necessarily for the university that is involved only in evaluation on working out on the solution. And the university has no production line. Therefore, the commercial use will be based on the outputs only on SME's side. So you can see this is the difference. Can municipalities be entrepreneurs if we talk about these different partners in your projects? Let's go through some of them and let's look if you can have economic or non-economic activities. So in case of municipalities, we know that they serve the communities, local communities, and their service is mainly of general social interest in the field of environmental protection and pollution prevention, risk management, sewage and water supply network, sewage treatment plants. But the fact is that some municipalities have a lot of infrastructure or free premises for renting, and renting the premises or serving facilities that are paid, like paid parking, bicycle rental, become economic activity for these entities. In case of universities, some may think that we, based on the national law, that we provide a public education, we are public bodies, we do not have economic activity. The Commission says that even though the universities or schools they charge pupils or their parents with tuition, for example, for enrollment fees. This small amount of money will only cover a fraction of the true cost of the service and can choose not to be considered as a remuneration for the service. Therefore, it does not change the non-economic activity of universities. Very small, these are very small amounts of money. But in the truth is also that universities, public educational bodies can also provide some service on the market, and it can concern publishing and translation services, rental rooms, hostels, or organizing conferences and trainings, running swimming pools, gym, canteen, buffet, charging fees. But, for example, not small amount of money as a tuition, but for studies conducted in a foreign language or additional hours of foreign languages. So it is also possible here to find some economic activity in this kind of institutions. What about the research institutes? When the research institutes carry out the research for non-economic as a non-economic activity, it means that the results are made public and made available to the public. So it's rather an activity of general interest. The Commission also states in the Commission notice on the notion of stated, which I recommended you to look into at the very beginning, states that knowledge transfer activities such as licensing, creation of spin-off or other forms of management of knowledge created by the research organization or infrastructure, if there is an income, the income from those activities is, if it is reinvested in the primary activities of the research organization, it will not change the non-economic activity of the research. So you can generate some income based on these activities, but if it is reinvested in your primary activities, it will not change your non-economic activity. However, if the research institutes decide to place goods or services on the market, rent equipment or laboratories to private companies to carry out some tests, or to sell used materials or equipment, provide service to companies to carry out the research on behalf of them, it becomes an economic activity on the market. Hospitals we would say unbelievable that hospitals that operate within the national health system, which is public, can become entrepreneurs in the meaning of stated. But hospitals, according to the Commission notice, can provide public services, but the fact that they provide the fact that healthcare services are provided by a public hospital is not sufficient to classify the activity in question as non-economic. And there are some activities that are performed that are served on the market, provided on the market by hospitals, and they are charged with a certain amounts of money. Hospitals in Poland, for example, or healthcare, public healthcare bodies, they can charge for blood tests or tomography or magnetic resonance. If the client wants to have maybe this kind of examination faster. So it is also possible that this kind of entities provide us with some charged services. And can foundations, associations be entrepreneurs? Well, most of foundations, associations claim that they perform their activities according to their statutory activities. They are for specific social, educational, or cultural purposes. They are not of commercial nature. They do not make profit. They conduct free workshops. Most of the support received from dotations. However, the economic activity can appear there as well if foundations, associations carry out commercial activity like vocational training, consulting, real estate management, running a business on list area, or publications on sale. So if there was a foundation, for example, in the project and made some publications and decided to the publication, for example, on the impact on the environment of certain activities, and if the publication, whatever is the subject, became, or maybe the results of some solutions on the research, if the publication is then sold by the foundation and it was printed out with the money of ERDF, then commercializing and selling this publication on the market becomes the economic activity of the foundation. Can cultural organizations be entrepreneurs? Well, the Commission is very flexible about the culture organizations and cultural heritage because it states that if activities are financed primarily from public funds, it will not change the non-economic activity of such organizations, despite the fact that the visitors are required to pay a monetary contribution that only covers a fraction of the true costs and because of the reason, according to the Commission, it does not alter the non-economic nature of the activity. The Commission did not really explain what it means, the primary activities, because it says that activities financed primarily by visitors or user fees or otherwise commercially, like exhibition cinemas, they will make the culture entity, the entity that is more private than public. We assume that primarily it means more than 50%. So activities that this entity perform and benefit only by for example, the castle that might be renovated and then becomes the hotel base, like the one in the picture. It's not a Disneyland castle. It's a real castle in the west south part of Poland, and it serves mainly as the hotel base with the restaurant, also as a museum, because there are some guided tours, but the primary financing of this castle comes from their own income. So this is the private one, not the public one. And it was co-financed in Czech Poland Interreg program with de minimis aid for some activities performed in the project. So it is possible to become also an economic entity on the market by the cultural organizations. But coming back to this primary financing, I must tell you about the example of castles and museums that were supported by project partners in Poland-Slovakia program, Interreg program. Partners decided in the project that they will digitalize historical objects of those museums and castles. And they did not consider these final recipients to become undertakings, enterprises in the meaning of stated, because they were primarily financed by public funds from 63% to 94% of the costs. But the auditor from the audit authority assume that there will be indirect stated, transferred by the partners to those museums and castles, because they will get the advantage in a form of digitalized objects, and they will attract in this way more visitors to come interested in those exhibitions. The auditor did not take into account the definition of an enterprise and the exclusion for culture and heritage organizations. But we had to write to the Commission and ask for the opinion of the Commission as the managing authority in order to give some arguments to the audit authority. And we succeeded because the Commission confirmed our approach. And what about the parish or a monastery? I mentioned that they may become partners, but if not partners, maybe final recipients. And you may be interested in performing some activities in the project with the advantage for this kind of recipients. So it's almost the same as with the museums. In case of churches, for example, of sacral temples, if we support with our ERDF this kind of objects, we do not have stated there, because this kind of buildings are of non-economic nature. They do not perform economic activity. But we have to be careful if we want to support, for example, with the audit on energy efficiency, not necessarily the parish for the church, but the parish house. Because if there is a parish house next to the church, and this is the real case, and you see the parish, the building of the parish house in the picture where the pastry shop is located. This is a huge parish house, and there is a lot of economic activity. There is a cinema opened, and the pastry shop, the priest rented the premises of this parish house because it's really, really big. The private culture center is there. Also, the priest rented the rooms for this private culture center. And in the old parish house, which was a small one, there is the private kindergarten at the moment. So in case this kind of final recipient, for example, or being as a partner in the project, wanted to have get the advantage from the project, like I mentioned, this solutions on energy savings, for example. This kind of support would be related to the economic activity of this entity. I must say that this kind of example is also a good example of not necessarily going into avoiding state debt for good, because this is the case where this parish house, which was huge and was built in 90s, was a big headache for all the priests that were there. One of them decided to build this building. The next ones had the problem because the maintenance costs were very, very high. So the heating, the energy, and they didn't know where they should get the money to keep this building. And maintain the building and make some renovations. So one of the priests that came to this parish, he decided that he has to make some money on it and open this economic activity. Can you just switch off your mic? Thank you. And you can imagine that the priest decided to go for public support, to some dotations, to make renovations and open this economic activity. But it was, of course, stated because it was related to the economic activity. But we can imagine that sometimes it's good to have economic activity, apply for public support for the investments, and just have it as stated, and not open it only for public activities, because if the priest decided to have it only open for public without any charges, without any rental, so the income wouldn't be there, and he wouldn't be able to maintain this building. So, and at the same time with this economic activity, he opened something for the local community. I mean, he serves he gave the benefits to the local community. The cinema is there, they don't have to commute to the city. The private culture center is there, the children can have their activities there, the pastry shop with the best ice cream. Therefore, it is an example that sometimes we also should think how we really want to plan our projects. Do we really, by planning, do we really need to think about avoiding state debt, or should we concentrate on how we can get the activities that are efficient, that will serve the local communities, that will stimulate the regional development maybe, or that will maybe be advantage for local SMEs as well. Another example, I'm sorry, I give you so many kind of examples like churches, but this is one temple in one of the most touristic places in Poland. And this temple was brought in the 90s to Poland from Norway, and it received the ERDF support from Interreg Saxony Poland and Czech Poland Interreg programs. for renovation of the temple and also the wall surrounding the temple. The temple serves as the temple and also at the same time as the museum with tickets for the visitors. And the support from ERDF from those programs did not become stated. But you can also see the building next to this temple, which is the parish house. And there are accommodations, rooms for tourists that are rented by the priest. And this is the typical economic activity. And there was de minimis from the regional program because the project gave the support for thermomodernization of this building. So the conclusions are that the type of the partner, either you are public or private, does not determine being an entrepreneur. And the cases of the church and the temple are, I think, are the best ones. The important thing is that you should analyze if activities carried out in the project might be related to the economic activity of the entity. If you have economic activity performed and you also participate in the project, maybe with non-economic activities performed in the project, please separate economic and non-economic activities in accountings. It's important. I will talk about it later on as well. And here is the case for you. We have the partner, which is the container terminal, and it operates on the market in the field of loading, unloading, storage, and transshipment of transport containers. We can imagine that it can be a partner in the South Baltic program. And the activities in this project of this partner are to develop a strategy action plan to improve the accessibility of the terminal for peripheral areas. And also the container terminal is involved in the pilot action to connect to web-based IT systems and exchange data on loads with truck drivers. So the container terminal performs economic activity on the market. The services are charged, not free of charge. And how do you think? Will the activities financed in the project be used to conduct economic activities by the terminal? Say yes or no on the chat.
We are waiting for an answer, but maybe certain things are still complicated about case studies, about state aid, so I can understand if someone does not feel comfortable yet.
You don't have to worry about being correct or not with your answers. The first feeling, based on these activities performed in the project by this partner, how do you think? Can these activities be related to its economic activity on the market?
We have a yes for the moment. We have another yes.
Mm-hmm. So we've got yes, and I will confirm that yes, this kind of activities can be related to the economic activity of this partner.
We have also one no, by the way.
One no. Okay,
Yes.
one no. And the person can explain maybe on chat if what is behind the no answer, because I can get the arguments, but please, if you can shortly answer or justify your answer.
If you would like, and no rush, you can also write on the chat and we will follow up.
Well, okay, so I know that these activities, because you mostly have these activities described like that in your projects. And I am happy that someone put the answer no. Why? Because if we have such a description only in the project, we are not 100% sure. We will never be 100% sure if this kind of activities described this way will for sure be related to the economic activity. Therefore, we introduce the stated self-check assessment test because of for this reason, for the fact that we have activities described, and we assume or not, the experts that assess your projects assume and give the potential of risk for the presence of stated. Because the stated has not to be proven to be there in 100%. There is enough that there is a risk. And the experts assume that there might be the risk based on a general description of the actions, of the activities in the projects, and maybe because there is no declaration, a clear declaration from project partners on how they are intending to use this kind of activities performed in the project in their economic activity, regular economic activity on the market. So based on those activities description, most likely in the assessment you would receive the positive result of the assessment. But in case of no, it is much better to give a more precise and detailed justification why you, as the container terminal, will not have these activities in the project related to your economic activity. Of course, if you give such justification, sometimes there can be a discussion with the expert that assesses your project, and he or she might ask you additional questions with regard to that. Sometimes your answer can be contradictory to the type of activities, to the description of activities in your project, but still there is a discussion and the aim to explain what is behind your intentions. And always I encourage you to be clear about your intentions, and also I encourage you clear and honest also, because if you are not sure about how you are going to use the project activities and outputs of the project in your future activity, especially when the project ends during the durability of project as well, you'd better to consider that you might have this stated related activities or not stated related activities. If you are 100% sure, okay, I will not make any profit of it and I will not use it commercially, okay, that's okay. So you, of course, declare it in your stated self-check assessment test that we will be talking about. Do you have any questions to this part? If we don't have any questions, we will
No
go
questions
on.
yet in the chat.
And now we will talk about stated conditions. So as I mentioned in Article 107, there is a general rule that stated in principle if it's not allowed if prohibits the internal market. And in this article, there is also a very long sentence which includes the conditions of stated. The conditions are hidden by keywords. I decided to color them in different colors, so it was more visible and understandable. So the first stated is any aid granted to a member state or through state resources in any form. So there is the first condition of state resources. I will explain it in the next slide. And this is any aid granted to the member state or through stated resources. And this act distorts or frightens to distort competition. So, and this is the second condition, distortion of competition, but competition on the internal market. By favoring, which means that we can just give some advantage to the partner, to the entities, and favoring by favoring certain enterprises and production of certain goods. And here we have the condition of selectivity. And this act granted affects trade between member states and is incompatible with the internal market. So here we have the condition of effect on trade. And if we have this all conditions met, we will have stated. But if we can exclude one of these conditions, we will not have stated. Sometimes you might find out that there are 4 conditions because distortion of competition and effect on trade are considered to be one condition, as the distortion of competition is linked to the internal market, and as the result of it, there is an effect on trade, on internal trade in the European Union. In case of de minimis aid, we do not care about the distortion of competition and effect on trade because the European Commission automatically established that the minimis support will never distort competition on the market, as the result will not have any effect on trade. So we only verify if the support from ERDF is stated resources, economic advantage for the entity, and is it granted based on selectivity. In case of state resources, we grant ERDF, and this is our state resource in the South Baltic program. Why ERDF is state resources? It's transferred by the European Commission. So there is a question mark. Why is it state resources? Why is this the resource of the member state? That explanation behind it is that the European Commission only transfers ERDF, but it does not decide on distribution, monitoring, controlling of the money that are granted, the subsidy that is granted to the partners in the South Baltic program, for example. It's the managing authority that is located in the member state. So in case of the South Baltic program, this is Poland, where the managing authority is established, and this managing authority is responsible for granting state aid. In case of programs that are managed by the Commission directly, like horizontal programs, we will not have stated because this condition is excluded. If one condition is excluded, from all stated provisions related, we will not have stated. Some companies, especially private companies, decide to apply for the subsidies under horizontal programs because they want to avoid stated, and in case of mainstream programs or Interreg programs, they know that they will probably get stated because this condition cannot be excluded. Economic advantage is there when the benefit is granted under non-market conditions, and the result of our subsidy in the South Baltic program, for example, is the improvement of the financial situation of an undertaking. But first, of course, we have to be sure that you as the partner become an undertaking in the meaning of the stated rules, and then we can talk about the advantage. Because the subsidy is not always be an advantage for those public institutions that do not perform any economic activity in the project, and they will not become and they will not use commercially the outputs of the project. How to avoid this economic activity? Implement activities of general social interest. You offer the economic, you have lack of economic activity, you offer free of charge publications, trainings, events, etc. Or you, as partners, conduct open procurement procedures when commissioning external services, because you have to remember that you can transfer stated and advantage to to the companies that will serve some external services in the project if you don't follow the procurement rules. In case of the first condition of state resources, it will be automatically met because we always have ERDF in the South Baltic program granted to projects as stated resources, state resources. But in case of economic advantage, your activities will always be assessed individually, whether they are of economic nature, whether they are related to your economic activity on the market. The third condition is the condition of selectivity, and it appears where we favor a specific economic entity or entities operating in a specific economic sector, like in the program.
We have another technical issue. I think Magda is frozen. You can always share your questions on the
Programs.
chat. Well, Magda, you were muted. You were frozen actually for a moment. If you could repeat the last minute of your presentation.
Yes, we are talking about selectivity at the moment. We have the selectivity when we favor specific economic entity, for example, SMEs, or entities operating in a specific economic sector, like tourism or cultural heritage, which is very common in our programs, Interreg programs. When we favor, for example, entities operating in a specific region of the country, like in Interregs, we offer subsidies for border areas. And when we offer favor maybe some specific types of goods or services. In case of Interregs, it is very difficult to avoid this condition to be met. It's automatically met because we have closed catalog of partners. We have closed catalog of project typology, limited territorial area, and criteria for project assessment. It also concerns mainstream programs because of this kind of selective measures and criteria that are introduced in project calls. Selectivity is also present there. Distortion or threat of distortion of competition. It happens when it strengthens the competitive position of the entrepreneur compared to other entrepreneurs with whom it competes on the internal market. It is related to the advantage that is received by the subsidy in the project. It is important that this advantage, this subsidy, for example, that is granted to the partner, it does not have to lead to the expansion of this entrepreneur on the market with its services. It does not have to have the services expanded, but it is enough that it allows to maintain the position on the market. And of course, the legal monopoly are excluded from this principle. Effect on trade is always there when the public support strengthens the enterprise in the sector in which it competes with other EU players or intends to compete. The enterprise does not have to sell and produce to the external market. Let's give a small example. We might have the municipality that decides to open, I don't know, the rental of bikes. And if it is a very well-known town, touristic town that is very close to the border of another member state, the private undertakings might be also interested in opening the renting of bikes or opening other facilities for tourists. Therefore, if this economic activity of the municipality competes with the similar services of other undertakings, that private undertakings that can perform such services in the same locality, it might have an effect on trade, because also other foreign entrepreneurs might be discouraged to invest in this city, which is located, for example, in Poland, because it's not cost effective if there is already an entrepreneur supported with public support. So effect on trade. In case of projects in Interreg projects, it is quite difficult to avoid this condition, because we have development of cross-border cooperation within the projects. We have also transnational cooperation sometimes. The joint marketing strategies are developed. There are common tourist routes or common culture products are developed. And most likely there is effect on markets and consumers in the cross-border area. And it might attract services from neighboring member states. So it is difficult to exclude it because it might have an impact on intra-community trade, but not impossible. Do you have questions to this part?
No questions yet, so I think people understand quite well, or they are a bit still shy. But we invite you to add any questions.
Now we will talk about the exclusions of state aid. When can it happen? What does the European Commission say? So the first one is the local character of your activity in the project. If it is of local character, it will have no impact on trade. The marginal impact of the support on other enterprises and cross-border investments will be there if it is not going to attract customers from other EU countries, but not necessarily all. I mean, if the activity is going to attract some customers, but not a huge percentage, it will also, the activity will keep this local character. We are talking about small percentage. But if there is the aim of your activity to attract as many foreign customers as it is possible, then the local character will not be there. The marginal impact is also there if the activity, let's say it's an investment or establishment, will not discourage other foreign entrepreneurs from investing of a similar type. What I have already mentioned based on the example. And when we want to when we want to underline the local character of our activity, we also have to give some financial statistical data confirming that local paid parking or bike rental or swimming pool or yacht marina or rehabilitation center or municipal infrastructure are only marginally exploited by users outside the member state concerned. So the example here that I'm going to give you is not an Interreg project. It's a mainstream program that financed in Poland this project in the previous financial perspective. It's the fortress in Przemyśl that applied for the subsidy ERDF for renovation of the fortress. But at the same time, they got the subsidy, the same subsidy to organize, to build a small restaurant for 20 persons, a conference room, and accommodation for 20 persons. And the European Commission, in its decision, claimed that despite the fact that there is some economic activity, it will not change the non-economic activity of the fortress, and it will not be able to attract foreigners from other member states, or it will not discourage the entrepreneurs from other member states to invest in this region, because this is a very small economic activity close to the border with Ukraine. Also, it has been proven that mostly Polish citizens visit this fortress, mostly families with children. So when we have different kind of activities in the project and we want to give arguments on the local character, please take into account if the location where the event or the infrastructure is located, the location and the access is easy or difficult to this place. Well, whether the language is used national or international, or other languages are used during the seminars, music, dance, concerts, whatever it is, seminars, trainings. Whether international promotion is included and advertising, does it exist or it does not exist? Or what type of audience do we have, international or rather national or local? or if the scale and subject of the events is rather local, or maybe tackles universal problems. Also, the number of participants, is it small or large? And the presence of the tourist infrastructure. Do we support the infrastructure that is located in a very well-known touristic place, or just in a local small town or village? If you look at the picture, this is the picture of the festival on mountain song in Poland, in the east south part of Poland. And it's organized only in Polish, and there is a specific group of local communities, local citizens who are interested in this festival. So it attracts mainly Polish citizens. Therefore, if it is located not far away from the Slovak border, still maybe some foreign tourists appear, but it is a completely local event, and there is also no promotion, international promotion of this event. So you can take into account such factors, and you can underline if in your application form, or maybe better in your stated self-check assessment test, if your activities have the potential to be of local character. The Commission did not actually define what the local character means, and did not give us any criteria for that. But we have a lot of interpretations, and we can find out and maybe follow them just to realize what and how, what it means, and how we can use it in the case of our project activities. In case of the ad for Dorsten Water Park, the Commission stated that this investment is of local character because about 90% of visitors come from the area up to 50 kilometers from the pool. And also this facility will not have active promotion aimed to attract foreign customers. And there are also no facilities of comparable nature, so no competition. In case of Port of Vik, the aim was to modernize and renovate the infrastructure, but historical data show that for 10 years, only 3 ships from other member states entered the port. The exception was 2015, but only because some materials had to be delivered to the island, and only 2% of tourists are out of Germany, so more majority of tourists come from Germany, because this is the port in Germany. There are no competing ports, and as a result, the Commission stated that there is no state aid because the competition is at the purely local level. The Commission gave issued the decisions on local character of different infrastructure or services. It's given on museums and other culture sites, on hospitals and other healthcare facilities, on fishing ports and marinas, or business and personal consulting offices, also conference and centers, catering and hotel facilities. The last one is the case of the fortress in Przemyśl. I encourage you to look into these decisions. So maybe you can follow them, and it can become an example for you. And you can take some arguments from those decisions. Some of them are also on the web pages. Some new ones are on the pages of the European Commission in the PDF form. You can find the link below this slide. And the recommendations for you in terms of this local character is always analyze whether your economic activity in the project has a cross-border dimension. And use the Commission notice on stated as well as those decisions of the European Commission. If you decide to argument on your local character of your activity, please also do not forget about giving some statistical data. You can also use national statistics to prove that the place where you perform your activities of local character. Another exclusion of stated is related to ancillary activity, but it concerns only the infrastructure and equipment that you purchase in the project. This principle states that if you perform economic activity, it does not exceed 20% of the total annual capacity of the infrastructure measured by the area or duration of use, it will not change your non-economic nature. It will not become stated. So let's look at the example, because this is, I think, the best to understand. We have the partner, which is the hospital, and the hospital applied for dotation to co-finance a photovoltaic installation on the infrastructure of this hospital. The hospital building is 1,000 square meter and 1,000 square meter, and 100 from 1,000 square meter is occupied by the pharmacy. 300 square meter and 600 square meter is occupied by medical services, which are hospital administration and medical departments. So 90% of the area is occupied by medical services and 10% by the private activity of the pharmacy. But we know that 5% of these medical services are of commercial nature. These are commercial medical activity, which is now 5% of 900 square meters. It gives us 45 square meters. So altogether, with the pharmacy, the total economic activity is performed on the area of the building in 14.5%, which is less than 20%. It means that despite the fact that the economic activity is performed on this building, which is co-financed by the project, it is below 20%. And we have the auxiliary activity, and we do not have stated. We don't have to grant stated and sign the subsidy contract with stated. However, the partner who will argument that has ancillary activity on the infrastructure or equipment supported by the project has to ex ante present the methodology of calculating this 20% or less than 20% of economic activity, and in every payment claim every year, and has to prove that it hasn't changed, or it may be changed. But if it's changed, there is the risk of having stated if it is going to exceed 20%. And in addition to that, the European Commission also claims in its Commission notice on the notion of stated that such economic activity performed at the premises of universities, museums, hospitals, like small cafes, bars, small restaurants, canteens, souvenir shops, They will not change the non-economic activity of the entities because it does not normally have an effect on trade due to the fact that there is low probability of attracting customers from other member states and marginal impact on cross-border investment and entrepreneurship. So this is the case of the fortress in Przemyśl. Also, despite the fact that we were talking about the locality and exclusion based on the locality, we would also probably claim that this small, what actually European Commission underlined, the fact that it is a very small economic activity, it will not attract foreign customers. So unlikely that state aid will occur is when you perform in the project educational activities, but they are part of the public educational system, or cultural activities, but these are, for example, libraries, museums, theaters, galleries that operate free of charge, or they are maintained primarily from public funds. So fees cover only a fraction of their costs. Or these activities concern research and development activities, but if they are carried out for the purpose of this dissemination and implementation of science and research free of charge, if the activities concern public infrastructure like road bike paths, hiking trails that are available for free for public use, or your activities are related to environmental protection, but the protection of flora and fauna, the national park, investments in energy saving solutions on public building or places. What indicates no economic benefit? If you have events in your projects and these events are open to all type of participants, these are concerts, exhibitions, or seminars. And with regard to seminars, if the seminars are open to all, you do not have targeted group like SMEs. So you organize seminars, but not only for SMEs, but to all interested participants. It does not really matter if your participant is going to be an individual or a private or representative of a private company. This is the seminar to all interested participants, and it is possible here not to have stated because it's not dedicated to a particular group with economic activity performed. Materials, if they are published on websites, are printed on available, or they are printed but available for everyone for free, folders, calendars, or guides. They will also indicate that there is no benefit. So provide this kind of information about free entrances or distribution in the application form, because it is an important notice to the experts that assess your projects. And if your targeted groups in your projects are not entrepreneurs, let's say you perform activities for families with children, people with disabilities, seniors, youth, children, tourists, that is also an indication that you do not transfer a benefit to undertakings. If your project tasks are related to public places, events, and culture facilities, like culture, educational paths or exhibitions, promotions of these places, but be careful in case of promoting public places. Avoid including the information on private enterprises like restaurants or hotels, Because if you, for example, organize a map of tourist trails and you inform on culture, heritage places, but at the same time you want to include such private entities in this guidebook or a folder, you will promote at the same time, you will give the advantage as a promotion to other private entities that, and it is going to be related to their economic activity, this kind of promotion. Small infrastructure in public places, if you perform activities with regard to organizing touristic signs, digitalization, development of green areas or integrated communication and promotion systems, interactive devices. It will also have no indication of benefit. And also if you follow competition and public procurement when selecting operators or contractors for remuneration within your projects to carry out your activities because you need them to do something in the project to be able to organize an event, for example, or a festival. Please follow these competition rules because you have to be concerned about it, because if not, your contractors might become final recipients of the advantage if you don't choose them on the open market. So here is the example of a project partner who was intending to do some activities. And it was supposed to support local public authorities in improving public services for young people to improve their mental health. The aim was that young people were involved in redesigning the youth space. There were the interiors that were developed within this project and co-financed but without the feature of commercial use of these interiors. And the results of the projects of this experiment, it was a kind of therapy also for these young people by engaging them in redesigning the space where they were supposed to have some activities later on. The results of the projects were also disseminated publicly. So despite the fact that from these project activities described in the application form, we might already assume that they will be of general interest and they will have no commercial use, the project partner in its stated self-check assessment test declared also and explained that the dissemination of the results from the project will not involve any commercial transactions. And all achieved results will be easily accessible without any financial obligation for those expressing interest in the results of the project. Also, that educational resources and facilitating knowledge transfer will be carried out at no cost to participants. And also that the partner will refrain from deriving any monetary benefits from the implementation of the activities related to the project. What does it mean? Well, the explanations of this project partner gave the assurance of the intentions of the partner, how the activities are going to be carried out. So from this declaration, we can assume that, okay, it's in line, it's actually in line with what has been described in the project activities in the application form. It's not contradictory. Because sometimes you might have the activities, you describe your activities, it can be assumed that they are of economic nature. They will be also somehow related to your economic activities, like for example, the case of the terminal container. We could assume that the type of activities described in the application form might be related to the economic activity of the container terminal. And if the container terminal as a partner declared that they are not, I mean, the activities are not going to be related to the economic activity, the expert would probably ask, give me the justification, because I do not see it. I can assume that there is a high potential and risk of having these activities in the project being possible to be used in your economic activity. In this case, we do not see that the explanation is not in line with the description of the activities in the application form. Do you have any questions to this part?
No question yet.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's continue. Now we will see what kind of forms of aid we can grant in the South Baltic projects. The first is ERDF, which is a subsidy that is granted by the managing authority. And ERDF is 80% of your budget. But we can also have the situations where 20% of your own contribution can be covered by additional subsidies on the national level. For example, Polish partners have a possibility to apply for national reserve or interest-free loan to cover their own contribution. And the provisions and explanations how to do that is available on the web pages that are in this blue circle. In case of managing authority, we grant you as the partners of projects the subsidy, which can be a direct aid. But you are also you are project partners, and you are able also allowed based on our stated Interreg program scheme. To grant indirect aid to transfer the ERDF, the benefits from the project, to final recipients. And this is the level of indirect state aid. The moment of granting state aid is always the moment when we sign the subsidy contract with you. This is a direct aid. And when you decide to grant state aid in a form of indirect aid to final recipients, you have the date of granting, which is the date of signing the contract. But for example, it can be the contract for the training with the participants of the training. If you decide to have such a contract, for example, with SMEs, if you provide them with some training, or it can also be the date of carrying out the event, and you inform about it in the payment claim that you granted indirect aid to final recipients on the date, and you give the date and in what amount. The example of an indirect aid is that when you, for example, provide SMEs with trainings or workshops, and the subject of the training is on energy efficiency of the company in order to achieve savings and develop business. How to calculate the value of aid? divide the training costs by the number of participants, and a single amount of such cost will be the amount of indirect state aid granted to such a final recipient. How to avoid indirect state aid? Well, use, first of all, an open and transparent and non-discriminatory procedure to select service providers or infrastructure operators, as I mentioned before. And organize, for example, public events open to all interested groups and institutions. Ensure that the results of the research are publicly available and accessible to all interested parties, and avoid advertising, promoting private business entities. What I have already mentioned before, in case of, for example, guidebooks or something like that. The example, imagine that we have a project where the partners are museums, municipalities, universities, Tourism Information Center, and the Association of Cities and Municipalities. Those partners in this project decided that they will renovate boats that belong to the targeted groups. The targeted groups are the owners of the boats, and they can be local and regional administration, local NGOs, or local SMEs in the field of heritage tourism. So the boats will be renovated, excavated, they will serve for trainings and also as tourist attractions. And from this kind of information, we cannot conclude for sure whether there is stated or they will not be stated. No stated is there if the boats are used for general social purpose. So only public activity will be performed on this kind of equipment. If there is some maybe economic activity, so maybe the trips will be organized by one of the owners of the boats, and they will be charged. But this will be auxiliary economic activity only, and partners can actually prove it if they have their targeted groups and they know about this targeted group. They might prove that, okay, I give some subsidy. I mean, I transfer my ERDF to the owner of the boat, but I know that the owner will not become an undertaking because only auxiliary activity is performed there. And also, if you can prove that there is local economic activity with regards to the activity of this boat. So there is economic activity actually. So you transfer the benefits to the targeted groups, which are enterprises, but you can prove that there is only local economic activity. And when we talk about state aid, you also have to always remember about legal basis. But I do not encourage you to read European Commission regulations on state aid, which is GBER, or on de minimis, which is Regulation 2831. They are long and they have a lot of different articles that do not concern Interreg programs. We actually base on some articles from this regulation, mostly Article 20 and 20A. And we included the articles that we need for Interreg projects in the state aid scheme for Interreg programs, which is available on the web pages of the South Baltic program. But what you really need to read is the program manual, chapter 9, which is on state aid. because it informs you about this kind of available articles that we grant in the South Baltic program. Also, the state aid scheme gives more articles because it concerns 4 programs that we manage, not only the South Baltic program. So for you as applicants, the information from Program Manual Chapter 9 is the most important to become familiar with. And according to this chapter, in case of South Baltic projects, we can grant state aid as direct aid as the managing authority based on Article 20, which is from GBER. And this article states that we can grant you the aid up to 2.2 million euro or up to maximum aid intensity, which is 80% of your co-financing. We also can use Article 28, but as indirect stated. So indirect stated is granted by you as project partners to final recipients. And the article is dedicated only for you. And it is up to 22,000 euro. So this is the limit. And there is no aid intensity of 80%. With regard to Regulation 2831, which is on de minimis, it's also direct stated, and only we as the managing authority can grant this kind of aid to the project partners. And it's up to 300,000 euro in the last 3 years, but received from Polish institutions. So who cannot receive state aid in South Baltic projects? First of all, if you are an enterprise that is subject to an order to repay the aid to the European Commission. But I can assure you that actually it's very little probability that you are there on this list. This list is published on the web pages of the European Commission. Because these are huge players, big companies that went through the procedure of rejecting the subsidy that they received from the member state. Only those entities that are under decision of the European Commission cannot apply for additional aid if they do not reimburse the aid according to the decision of the European Commission. So if you are not on the list, you are not concerned. The enterprise that is in a difficult situation will also not receive state aid. Enterprise in difficult situation means that you has lost more than half of your share capital, you're a subject of the collective insolvency proceedings, or you have received rescue, which has not been reimbursed, or restructuring aid for which the plan is still in force. This declaration on being in a difficult situation, you put into in the form on state aid that is presented to you if you have the positive assessment of your project by the expert, and you fill in the form on state aid. In this form, you also declare on being an enterprise or not being an enterprise in a difficult situation. And you cannot also receive state aid if it is intended to be used for activities related to the export of products to third countries or member states. So if you, for example, have a production line, you produce, you make some products and you want to sell them abroad, you cannot get the subsidy to support this production. It does not concern your participation in fair trades to promote your products, but it concerns only the production. The same exclusion also concerns de minimis. De minimis will not be also granted for such an activity. And in case of de minimis, you cannot receive it if you exceed the limit of 300,000 euro in the last 3 years, but received from Polish institutions. Or you are bankrupt, but apply for a loan or guarantee. It does not concern Interreg programs. We do not grant our support informally. And you intend to use the subsidy to carry out primary production of agriculture products and primary production of fishery and aquaculture products. It is forbidden in case of de minimis because this kind of activities in agriculture and fishery, the activities have their own, the sectors have their own regulations on de minimis with their own limits. Therefore, the general de minimis based on Regulation 2831 cannot be used for this kind of sectors. In other words, if you were a partner, the owner of hives, for example, because honey is the product, primary product of agriculture, you wanted to receive the subsidy, the support of ERDF in our project and become the partner and do something, and the subsidy would be devoted to your production of honey. You wouldn't be able to get de minimis in our program for this kind of activity. You would have to apply for de minimis based on the regulation for the agriculture sector with different limits. Okay, and in case of VAT, you have to be concerned about the fact that if your product is stated positive and you are the partner who can recover VAT nationally, you will not have this VAT as eligible in your project. It does not concern partners who have no state aid because VAT can be also eligible if recovered. Because it is according to the regulation on common regulation on the funds, European Union funds. But in case of GBER, it states clearly that to calculate stated, we cannot use VAT if it can be recovered. We cannot include it into eligible costs. So you declare on the VAT in your application form, and you declare if you can recover or not recover the VAT. Then the controllers monitor if you are the stated relevant project. If this VAT is declared correctly, and also they monitor these declarations. It does not apply to the minimis, so it's also eligible if you can recover VAT, but only if you have the minimis on your project budget. Do you have any questions to this part?
Magda, could you please repeat once again the final 30 seconds because you were a bit muted or the sound was deep?
Oh, this is very bizarre why we are having these technical problems because I'm in the office and I cannot understand why I'm getting frozen. I was talking about VAT and about the fact that if you have the project with stated, you cannot have VAT eligible if it can be recovered according to the national law. So be concerned about it, but it happens only when you have stated on your budget based on Article 20. If you receive de minimis from the managing authority, we do not care about this principle. And if you don't have questions, before the break for lunch, we can also talk a little bit about cumulation of state aid. It's a short block because I know it's a bit tiring to hear about so much information on state aid, but it's a short part of this presentation. So let's go through it, and then we will have a break. If you have your project budget, you all know that you have two sources of co-financing. I mean, the first is ERDF, which is 80% from the managing authority. And you also have your own contribution, which is 20%, and it can be covered from your own budget, from loans, or from additional non-repayable public funds in a form of a national subsidy. And if you have state aid or de minimis aid on ERDF, and you have also state aid or de minimis on own contribution, you have the accumulation of these forms of aid. In case of state aid on ERDF, if you get 80%, and then you apply for state aid to cover your own contribution in the form of a national subsidy. You cannot do that because the aid intensity is maximum 80% or 2.2 million euro. But of course, I can assure you that in your project budgets, you will not reach 2.2 million euro first, because according to the provisions of the regulation, you cannot reach either intensity of aid or the maximum amount. And in the case of our project partners, they first reach the maximum intensity, which is 80% on ERDF, not the amount. So if you reach 80% of intensity, yes, sorry, on the state aid, on ERDF, which is stated, and you get the national dotation, which is 20%, you will have 100% of state aid, which is not allowed. Because it does not really matter from which country you receive state aid. You can receive ERDF from the managing authority from Poland, and you can receive national subsidy from your own member state, and it cumulates. And it has to accumulate up to maximum 80%. In case of ERDF from managing authority, which is stated based on Article 20, and you apply for de minimis from your national authorities, again, this cumulation here is also up to the maximum intensity of state aid, which is 80%. And this is a kind of a problem for some of you, because this is a limit. And if you receive 80% of ERDF, which is stated relevant, then you cannot apply for additional state aid for the same eligible expenditures in these projects. I understand it's a bit a problem, But as long as we do not reach 100% of intensity in GBER, GBER is being changed at the moment, and Interreg programs just applied for the European Commission for changes and increasing this intensity. But if it is not going to change, we'll stay with this problem. And if ERDF is less than 80%, I mean, not ERDF, but if stated on your activities in the projects are less than 80%, I mean, some activities can be stated relevant, some are not stated relevant. If it is possible to have not stated relevant activities and the add intensity will be less because the amount of stated will be related only to these stated related activities, you will have a space, to get additional dotation in a form of stated from national authorities. Let's say on ERDF, you have only 60% of stated and you still have space for 20% from national subsidies. But it happens very rarely. So this can be problematic for some of you, for those who apply for additional subsidies to cover the own contributions. In case of de minimis, if you get de minimis on your budget in a form of ERDF, you can cumulate with de minimis also received from national authorities. But in case of Polish partners, if you receive from the managing authority the maximum de minimis, which is up to which is 300,000 euro, you will not have space for additional de minimis amount from other national entities, because the limit will be already reached by you. But if you receive less than 300,000 euro non-ERDF, you will have some space to get some additional de minimis to cover your own contribution, for example. In case of foreign partners, the situation is a bit better, because if the partners receive 300,000 euro on ERDF as stated, and they can also receive the same amount from the national institutions to cover their own contribution, because the minimis will accumulate only on the level of the national of the country. So we accumulate the amounts of the minimis received in Poland. So Polish partners might have the minimis received in the last 3 years from other Polish national, for example, bodies, and they also apply for the minimis in our project from the managing authority, and they will also want to get the minimis to cover their own contribution. So all this I mean, the sources of the minimis will always sum up. And in case of foreign partners, if they get the minimis from the managing authority, it will not accumulate and sum up with the minimis received in their own countries. And the cumulation rule is regulated in Article 8 of GBER. It states that it's with identifiable eligible costs may be cumulated with the same eligible costs, but this cumulation cannot result in exceeding the highest aid intensity and aid amount. Identifiable eligible costs mean that we have eligible costs in the project, and we know what this kind of costs are. And we always know that because we have budget categories, and we know always that subsidy it goes on this kind of eligible expenditures under budget categories. And in case of cumulation, remember that there is no intensity in case of Article 20A and de minimis, and do not ever calculate 80% from the limits that are given under these articles. In case of Article 20A, which you use when you grant indirect state aid, you only use 22,000 euro, and this is per final recipient per project. So in your project, you do not cumulate also this amount with the amount given to final recipients in other projects. And in case of de minimis, you have 300,000 euro per partner in the last 3 years received in the same member state. So you all only accumulate the amounts received in the last 3 years. No in 80% intensity calculated for those amounts. If you have questions to this part, I can shortly answer. But if there is no questions, we'll have a break, a lunch break, which will take 35 minutes. Right, Kyriakos? Yes. And we'll meet.
Yes, we can do it at 35 or 40. Originally we planned for 40, but the time actually
Yes.
it's exactly at 15. So I think let's stay at the planned since the time is not prohibitive this time.
So we should meet at
So we should meet at
12:55.
12:55. Yes, 12:55.
Okay, to 12:55. Okay, so let's meet at 12:55.
And before we go for a break, we would like to capture this moment with such an interest to state it with a picture. So if you could please open your cameras and we'll take a screenshot all together. Okay, one more. Perfect. Thank you very much. We'll see you in 40 minutes, 12:55. Okay, we are returning back.
So we can continue, right?
Yes. We are, okay, the number is again rising because it was 28, but yes, you can continue.
Maybe we should wait a little bit, just maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
Maybe we can answer the question from the chat in the meantime then.
Okay.
Franciszka asks, Kriegos, can you use your mic?
Yes.
Will the decision on state aid relevance be made on project or partner level? This is a quick one.
On the partner level, because the managing authority, okay, the assessment of your project budget is carried out in terms of stated by external experts. And they will always assess every partner in the same project with regards to the activities performed in the project. Either these activities are stated relevant for this partner or not. So I would like to underline once again, that the same activities can be stated relevant for some partners in the partnership, but not necessarily for the others. It really depends on other factors, other they become undertakings in this project with regard to these activities they perform or not. Well, that was the case of the terminal container. The type of activities, the pilot actions they participated in might have a high risk of stated potential, and they will be probably assessed as stated relevant for this type of partner. But at the same time, if there is a university, for example, or research organization that is involved in the same type of activities, they are somehow active because they are involved in the preparation of this pilot action, on the preparation of the strategies that were also with regard to the economic activity of this terminal container. So this kind of partners like universities, research organizations will not have an interest in using the activities of this project in their economic activity, because what kind of economic activity? Mostly they are non-economic partners, and if they even have some economic activities, and I presented to you what type of economic activity it can be. If the activities of the project are not related to their economic activities, they will, for example, let's say, have this publication or evaluation of these activities in the project in a form of a material. But still, they will not publish. They will publish these materials on the web pages. They will not sell them. They will not commercially use the effects, because it was the specific evaluation or research just related to a specific need of, let's say, terminals. So in this case, they will not become stated relevant. Of course, the stated self-check assessment test should help you. Your answers in this test should help you to communicate also through your justification, through your explanation, through your declaration with the experts that assess your project budgets. Are there more questions?
So far, we don't see any on the chat, but of course, we encourage some questions. Maybe before we start and someone wants to take voice, raise your hand and speak up, ask questions. it seems we can proceed.
Yes, so now we will start with the stated self-check assessment test, and therefore I stopped sharing my presentation because I'll give the floor to Alexandra, who will present you the tool in general, but then I will continue and I will answer how you should answer the questions included into this test.
Thank you, Magda. Hello, everyone. My name is Alexandra, and I am responsible for state aid from JS's side, together with Kyriakos. If you have some questions after the webinar or later on during the project implementation or at the stage of applying, you can reach to me or to Kyriakos. And I wanted to show you in the light of the call for proposals that we have now open. I would like to show you the new tool that we have introduced, and we will see how it works for us and for projects. Is the state aid self-assessment check. And I want to show you how to find it, where to look for the information, and so on and so on. But of course, later on, Magda will say more about the content of the questions and how to answer them. So I only show you the basic things. I will share my screen. First of all, for those of you that haven't seen yet the call for proposals, of course, all the data is available on our website. So if you are interested in applying for in the current call, then you need to at some point have a look at this website. Just for you to know, in the application package, there is a supplementary application form and guidelines on how to fill out the whole application. I focus only on supplementary application form because the test is actually included there, so not in a WOD system. And once you download the application pack, I will show you based on the regular call, but also similar option is available for the small scale. Once you download the application pack, you can have a look at two documents that are available that I mentioned. One is the supplementary application form, where you can fill out the state aid self-check assessment. Basically, you can answer 4 questions related to economic activity, separation of accounts, implementation of your tasks, and transfer of benefits. And this is to be filled out by each partner, and we suggest that each partner fills it out for themselves separately. So please try to avoid the situation when lead partner answers these questions for you. You should have a look at least at this, or preferably even answer these questions on your behalf, each partner for themselves, because as Magda mentioned before, the state aid assessment is done per partner and not for the whole project. So here you can describe, you can answer the questions, and this will be taken into account by external expert that is assessing whether there is state aid in your project or not. Just to highlight, whatever is the result of this test, whether you answer yes or no, this is a supporting material for the external expert that is assessing whether you have state aid in your project or not. It doesn't mean, it means that whether if you even answer no, like that there is no state aid in your project, the expert opinion might be different. We have carefully selected experienced experts that will assess your projects based on what you put to the application form, including the state aid self-check. And the other document that I would like to show you is guidelines on filling in the application form. Of course, this relates to WOD application, but also supplementary application form. And here you can go to part where it's explained how to fill out the sheets related to lead partner data and project partners data. And of course, including on how to fill out the information about finances, names, NUTS, country, and so on. When you scroll down, there will be an explanation how to fill out the state aid self-check assessment to be filled out for lead partner and all the partners. And here is the guidance for us, for you, prepared how to answer these questions. But of course, you can also listen carefully now to Magda and you will get to know how to answer these questions. So this is from me related to the application pack and where to find the state aid self-assessment check. But I'm passing the floor to Magda, who can explain more about the content of the test, unless you have some questions before. I don't see questions, so I think, Magda, we can come back to your presentation.
Okay. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Can you try moving again the slides to be sure?
Yes. Can you see the slide on
No.
stated self-check assessment test?
No, we are stuck on the questions.
Nothing? Nothing?
No.
The same problem? Okay, I'll try to share again.
I swear we practiced it like 3 times before the meeting and it was working each time. So we are very sorry for the technical issues. Magda, it's still black, but maybe let's wait a second because it's coming, hopefully.
I'm very sorry, but I think with the Zoom today, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Yes, there are some technical problems with the stable connection from my office today with regard to this Zoom application. I do not know why, but I will try to share my presentation because when I tried to do that the last time, I was just closed with the Zoom. Can you see the presentation? Yes?
Yes.
Oh, yes, we can
Yes, we
see.
can.
Okay. I will
Could you
try
try to move?
Can you see the next slide? Okay. Let's go to, okay, now it works, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, things happens. And we can continue now, fortunately. I'm still online. And I hope I will stay till the end of this webinar. And as Alexandra mentioned, this is the new tool. Let's move back to the slide on stated self-check assessment test. This is a new tool for you as applicants of the fifth call. And I would like to assure you that it's not to put additional administrative burden on you. In fact, we really want to avoid the administrative burden with regard to having stated on your budgets where the stated should not be there, maybe, or we can avoid or we can exclude this stated from your budgets. But we hope that with your answers in the supplementary application form in this part of the test, the experts will be able to assess your projects with or your activities in the projects as stated as non-stated relevant. Because this information that you are going to give, and please give not only yes or no answer, but also justify your answer. Please, this is important because your information will complete the information that you give when you describe your activities in the application form. And it will really help to recognize if your activities, the way or your intentions, how you're going to carry out your activities. These details might inform experts on the results of the projects. Are they going to be of economic or non-economic nature? And this information that you put in the test will also inform and help the experts to recognize the possibility of excluding stated. So in overall, we think that this test will help to better recognize stated in projects of the South Baltic Program. So when it comes to the questions, there are only 4 of them, not too many. It is important to understand the questions in order to be able to give the correct answer. Because the experts will read your answers, and as Alexandra mentioned, it will not assure you that with your answers you will avoid stated. The experts will verify the answers and will compare your answers with the description of the activities in the project, and if they think that your answers are in contradiction to the description of the activities, what they can read from the activities that you are going to perform in the project, they might ask you additional questions, or they might ask you for your financial statements, for example, just in order to be sure that stated is not there. Because if we want your project be stated free, we have to have as much possible arguments for that as possible in order to avoid audit findings. Because auditors are rather strict about stated, and they will also look at stated conditions if the assessment was carried out correctly. So they will follow the external experts' results with regard to their assessment, and they will ask additional questions probably in case of those projects that are not stated relevant. Because if there are projects that are stated relevant, they are rather safe in terms of stated. But we do not want to have too many stated projects if it is not necessary. So we dig into the details more. But I mentioned to you about the project, if you remember, on digitalization of historical objects in museums and castles. The auditor claimed that there was stated on activities of the project that was assessed as non-stated relevant. So we have to be very detailed on the level of the assessment of your projects. So the first question is, do you perform economic activity? Which means that do you offer goods or services for which a market exists regardless of your legal form? And here I would like you to refer to the beginning of the presentation and look into the first slides and remind yourself that you should not be deceived by the fact that there is the national definition of an enterprise. Because what will concern you is only the definition of an enterprise in the meaning of the stated regulations. So be clear here on your economic activity. It does not matter if you're a public or a private partner. If your institution performs an economic activity, just name it. Name it if possible. Also, you can give the percentage of this economic activity if you know, but at least name it. If you don't generate profit, do not say that you are not an enterprise because you do not generate profit, because it is not an important factor. I mean, it does not really matter if you do not generate profit. It matters only if you offer goods and services for which a market exists. So some non-economic safe activities, as an example to remind again, are, for example, joint studies, reports, or strategies made freely available, or networking events without participating fees, or public campaigns, awareness raising, open trainings free of charge, or infrastructure used only, but if you do not have the about the trainings, open trainings means that you do not generate income if you organize open trainings for targeted groups. But if you have to remember about stated in terms of what is your targeted group. If these are SMEs, you might, for example, grant stated. But for you, there is no stated if you do not get any income from the activities that are performed in the project. And also infrastructure used only for non-commercial uses, public purposes, and not being granted. The second question is, do you keep separation of accounts for economic and non-economic activity if you perform both types of activities, regardless of your legal form? And here, if you are 100% sure that you do not perform any economic activity on the market, this question will not concern you. If you are an SME as a partner and you have only economic activity, you will also not have this question in your mind, because it will not concern you. However, if you are the entity that performs both type of activities, and no separation in accounts will mean that all the support from the project will be regarded as related to economic activities. Either you are private or public institution. So it is very important to relate the project activities with this type of activity that you perform regularly on a daily basis as the entity. But coming back to SMEs, I must say that sometimes it is also possible to SMEs to become not stated relevant in the project if they perform activities of general interest. So they are included into the partnership, but they will serve with their experience or maybe with their knowledge, but the outcomes, the results of the projects will not serve their economic activity. And we know that some enterprises are very willing to be to participate in innovative solutions, to be there for others. and give and share their knowledge and be visible, let's say, in this kind of actions, also supported by European Union funds. So they have also sometimes some departments that are research departments. So they act sometimes like research organizations when their research departments are involved in international projects. In such cases, it is possible that SMEs become non-state relevant, but only if they also keep accountings, separated accounts for economic and non-economic activities. And if this kind of activities, they participate somewhere, are in project they participate in related to this kind of activities, non-related, non-economic related activities, they will put the subsidy for the project on the accounts, but it should be separated from the regular actions, activities that they perform. And these outcomes of the projects cannot be somehow linked, and they cannot use them. So the experts will always look into the description of these activities that they are going to participate in. They see what kind of activity they perform on the market, and they will also assess if the activities in the projects might be related to the economic activity of these SMEs. And in this question, this separation, if you give the answer, this separation is also important and relevant because it helps to recognize if your economic activities are non-cross-financed with public subsidy, which can be the subject of check by controllers and auditors. In case of the third question, which is the implementation of your tasks planned as part of the project an economic activity? So here we ask about your economic activity based on the project's actions and tasks that you perform. And you have to take into account one thing, that you can perform some activities as the institution, and they might not be of economic nature. You are a non-economic body, but and you answer in the first question that you have non-economic actions, activities as an institution. But it might happen that you start offering some goods or services based on activities in the project. So here, please indicate how you are going to use the outputs of the projects. Whether you are going to sell or use for promotion purposes the solutions in your economic activity, if you perform economic activity. Either you are going to commercialize the effects of the research, or charge for advisory or consulting based on the project results, or rent the equipment bought in the projects, or provide paid services with the use of the equipment, especially during the durability period. Or you are going to offer lab testing, prototyping, or certification to companies for a fee. So it is your responsibility, of course, and your decision how you are going to launch, to carry out your project. And here it is no need to say, okay, I will not have the economic activity, because if the description of your actions might generate some risk of the stated, The experts will come back to you probably with some additional questions and requests for the explanation. I would recommend you that if you are not sure how you are going to use the outputs of the project, either they are going to benefit your economic activity or not, or how you are going to use them in future, either commercially or not. So maybe leave an open door for yourself and just say that, yes, there is a high probability, or you might decide to use these outputs economically, commercially on the market. If you are 100% sure that you will not do that because you don't see any reason for that, just say no. So as I mentioned, if your answer in the test is contradictory to the type of activities, you might be asked for explanation. And here, it is very important also for you that you're sure, if you are sure that you will economically use the activities of the project, please indicate if there is ancillary or local character of the economic activity that you perform in this project. You already know that what it means and how to use these exclusions. So you can always come back to this presentation and try to explain it in your justification when you answer this question. And the last question, do you plan to transfer benefits from project activities on final recipients that are undertakings in the meaning of stated? It concerns only indirect stated, the support that you transfer to final recipients in your project. So if you decide that you have activities you are involved in the activities in the project that will not benefit you as project partners, but will benefit and be an advantage for final recipients, for example, SMEs. Here it is to declare that you are going to do that, because sometimes it is clear to read, and we can clearly read it from your description of activities in the projects. But sometimes it's not clear enough, or how you're going to use these activities with regard to targeted groups. And if it is not clear, because you do not write, for example, that okay, the trainings, are they going to be free of charge, or they are not going to be free of charge? It matters, because if they are free of charge and in the application form there are targeted groups like SMEs, it's obvious that you transfer the benefit, the advantage to them. But if you decide that this training will be charged, and you can do that in your projects, so SMEs will pay for the training some amount of money. So the income is there on your side, and maybe this income will not be just the revenue, but this revenue will be assessed according to the stated conditions, and it can become stated. So it matters. So please answer how you are going to transfer this advantage, how you are going to carry out this kind of activity that is going to benefit some of your targeted groups, especially when these targeted groups are enterprises. So the examples are consultancy, training courses, pilot tests, or other services. For example, you organize energy efficiency audits for different targeted groups. Either it is a parish or an SME. In case of a temple or a church, this is not going to be an undertaking, but in case of SMEs, this kind of energy efficiency audits will become an advantage and will be related to the economic activity of this type of entities. A positive assessment of state debt. What does this mean for you?
Sorry, can we, before we proceed, could you go back to the third question where there is local character, or was it the second question? No, it was here. Okay, I just wanted to say we actually had this discussion already when Magda, you had the training for us in JS, but also this is something I think to mention and to be aware of. So if it comes to the local character, please remember that in case of our project, we also pay attention to the cross-border character of the activities. So this is a remark to all those of you that are planning to apply in the coming call, that to be careful with stating such things, because if you want to avoid state aid by proving the local character, like having activity of the local character, then it might also decrease the quality of the project, and thus the cross-border character of the project and the cross-border cooperation could be assessed lower by the assessors. So please bear in mind that this is also a quality requirement, the cross-border character of the activities. I know it might be then difficult to balance it somehow, because we have on one hand the state aid, on the other the quality of the project. But just so you are informed, keep both things in mind.
Yes. Well, it's true. In case of Interreg programs, as I mentioned, this kind of exclusion might be a bit difficult to be taken into account because of the reasons that have been mentioned by Alexandra, and because of the fact that we operate on the borders, simply. The local character of the investment or the event, for example, might exclude us the last condition of state debt, which is the effect on trade. But for certain reasons, as I mentioned in one of my slides, Interreg projects interact transnationally or cross-border, and this can be difficult. It is not maybe impossible. We cannot say 100% to exclude, but other reasons like the cross-border character of your project, if you say that something is local, maybe you can get less points. So there are some obstacles, of course, with regards to this exclusion. But now let's talk a little bit about the positive assessment of state debt. What does this mean for you? Well, first of all, remember that the procedures on assessment are established in the program by the managing authority and the joint secretariat. The assessment of state debt or de minimis aid is carried out by external independent experts. And their final decision is independent, and we have no impact on that. It's final. There is no complaint procedure because this does not affect your projects in terms of the points that you get during the assessment. This assessment only clarifies if the project will get the subsidy contract with stated provisions or without stated provisions. So therefore, we do not have this complaint procedure. Assessment is made based on information in the application form, but also now from this fifth call, including the stated self-check assessment test. During the assessment, the experts, as I mentioned before, might ask you a question if they are concerned about the fact you are an enterprise or not. They would like, for example, to be sure that the museum is not a private one. They might, for example, ask for the financial annual statements if they are not available publicly on the web pages. During the assessment, there is the probability of the positive results if your activities are described in the application form in a more general way, without details, without giving the information that, for example, you are going to disseminate the results of the project publicly, or there are no fees, etc. Remember the slide of the project partner who declared very clearly that the results are not going to be commercialized. That was the one that offered some activities for young people. Not clear division of responsibilities between partners can cause that for certain reasons your activities might be assessed the same way by the experts. It shouldn't be the case because, as I mentioned, the fact that you are different partners can also have an impact on the fact that the same activity is there. But sometimes it is also a kind of an obstacle if the experts cannot read from the application form who does what and how. No clear separation on how the results will be spread with economic benefit or not. This is what I also mentioned before. Be honest about that. Yes, if you don't clarify it in the application form, in the description of the projects, give such an information in your self-check assessment test. Lack of clear answers and justification in the state aid self-check assessment test will also get experts more confused. And if you have to also remember that this is an obligatory part for you to fill in this self-assessment check, but if you do not give the justification, again, the experts will probably get the positive result of your assessment. The positive assessment, if it is there, will put some obligations both on us as the implementing institutions and on you as project partners. So if it is if there is stated in your project budget before signing the subsidy contract, the JS will ask you to fill in the forms for information on state aid or de minimis. It depends what you can receive. If your budgets are below 300,000 euro, and the JS also checks in the public registers on the minimis that you received in the last 3 years, and you are still within the limits, you will be able to receive the minimis from the South Baltic program and the subsidy contract, and you will fill the form on the minimis. But you will be asked by JS which form you should fill in. Those forms are very similar. They are available on the program website. For foreign partners, some avocations to Polish provisions are crossed out. And there is also a guidance how to fill in the forms, both in English and Polish. And if you do not know how to answer maybe or fill in the questions in the forms, you can always ask the JS. We will help you to do that. These forms are based on Polish forms used in Poland to grant stated or de minimis, and they were translated into English for the South Baltic program. They are not maybe I don't know how to say the easiest one or the simplest one, but hopefully for the next perspective, if it is possible to change something in the provisions of Polish law, maybe it will be possible for Interreg programs to have a separate one just prepared by the managing authority. But at the moment we use these kind of forms, and we also have other documents available on web pages of the program, which will inform you on stated. This is the stated and de minimis manual. Regulations also, and stated scheme, also training materials. This was a training prepared by one of the experts. It's translated with subtitles in English for foreign partners, and it was published on the web pages at the beginning of this financial perspective. Now, what about your obligations under Article 20 and the minimis add? So, as I mentioned, first of all, before signing the subsidy contract, you fill in the forms on stated or de minimis. Then, with these forms, in case of the minimis form only, you also are asked to provide for certificates concerning the minimis received in Poland in the last 3 years. Also, the certificates on the minimis in agricultural fisheries, because of the limits that are different. And if you didn't get these certificates, you inform us about not having received such aid. Also, it concerns foreign partners. So, because foreign partners can receive the minimis from Polish institutions. So if they received in other projects the minimis or within the last 3 years, we always have to ask all our partners, foreign and national domestic partners, about the statements on receiving or not receiving the minimis from other Polish institutions other than the managing authority. And the last obligation, keep the documents for 10 years with regards to these activities that are stated relevant for verifications, future verifications of European Commission, European Court of Auditors, because this period is longer than for documents that are kept under European Union funds, but it is dedicated to stated, and it is included in the regulation 651, which is the regulation on block exemptions. And the same is also in the regulation on de minimis, the same requirement. With regard to Article 20A, which is on indirect stated, you have other obligations because you grant stated to final recipients. So if in the subsidy contract there is an information that you can grant this aid, this type of aid to final recipients, because after the assessment of the external experts, you got the result that there is a high risk of granting this aid by you. I mean, the activities of your project budget indicate that you will be targeting the final recipients that are undertakings, and you will be transferring the advantage to them. So you have the positive assessment of indirect state aid. And if you follow the activities of your project budget in a way that you planned, so you intended to transfer the advantage to the final recipients, for example, SMEs, because you do something through the activities of the project to these SMEs, you have to calculate the amount of indirect aid to these final recipients, as I mentioned during one of my slides. It means that you accumulate all the expenditures that are regarded with this activity. For example, it's a training, or maybe it's an audit for energy efficiency, or maybe a pilot action. So the cost of this type of activities are divided through the number of participants, SMEs, for example, and the single cost is just the amount of indirect state aid. And you have to make sure that it is less than 22,000 euro per final recipient in your project. I can assure you that you will have much less than 22,000 because these costs are rather small per final recipient, maybe 1,000, maybe sometimes 4,000 euro. But there is enough room to reach this limit. Also, you indicate in the payment claim the positions of expenditures that are indirect aid relevant. We do not put automatic calculation in the information system in order not to be not realistic about the amount of indirect state aid. You know best how much you will calculate, how much it is going to be, but it is possible at the time of performing the specific activity that is concerned with the advantage transferred to the final recipient. So at the moment when you calculate this amount, you know how much it is, and then you indicate this in your payment claim. You also should inform your recipients that you grant them this aid. It is not maybe necessarily in a form of a certificate like it concerns de minimis, because it is not the obligation for Article 20A, but it's a good practice to inform during the event, for example, during the training. So they should be concerned about the fact, maybe not concerned, but they should be informed. And that's just for the information. It has no impact on them somehow. But you inform that this kind of support will be registered, will be notified. It does not have to be registered and sent to the Commission, but it should be notified to the managing authority as stated based on Article 20A, within the limit of 22,000 euro per final recipient. If you have other requirements from your national provisions, for example, that you have to register such amount, small amount of money based on Article 20A in the National Register, you should do that. And Polish partners will have to do that, because according to Polish law, Polish partners are required to register any type of form of aid, either it is stated based on Article 20A or de minimis, or stated based on Article 20. All granting institutions are responsible for registering the aid. And Polish partners, if they grant indirect state aid, they have to collect the state aid forms from third-party entities, from final recipients, which is a kind of an administrative obligation, and which I hope we will be able to change for the next financial perspective. Well, there will be still some kind of declaration or information that will have to be received, but maybe in a more simpler way. And another obligation is for Polish partner, they have to register this amount of aid in the national system for register system on state aid. It concerns all types, state aid, de minimis, or this state aid based on Article 20A. For 20A, the code is A25.1. But there is the guidance how to use the system on the pages of our National Office for Consumer Protection and Competition. Update also the information on state aid in the system in case the amount changes. This is the request for Polish partners. Well, sometimes changes can happen in the projects. And in case of a project partner that goes bankrupt, the recovery procedure is launched on state aid if the project was with the state aid. If a project partner resigns and is replaced by another partner, the new partner will be always assessed as an undertaking with regard to state aid rules. There is annex also to the subsidy contract, but although the same activities are taken over by the new partner, the type of the partner can be different, so the partner will have to go through a separate new assessment. New because it's a new partner. If the type of the state aid is changed, the new applicable state aid or de minimis form is required. And the date of granting the aid is the date of signing the annex to the subsidy contract. If the new activities are approved, an annex to the subsidy contract and the assessment of the activity in terms of state aid is required. And if there is a decrease in the limit of state aid, as the managing authority, we register this new amount in the national register. And no annex is necessary. We can do that. We are asked to do that. We have to do that. It's according to the provisions of national law on state aid. When it comes to the verifications, when you become a beneficiary with state aid, the controllers will verify if the correct form of state aid was applied. Applied by the managing authority when we signed the subsidy contract, or if you applied Article 20A in case of indirect state aid. Because if you don't know the procedure, sometimes you might think that you can grant de minimis indirect aid as a de minimis. But no, in the South Baltic program, indirect aid granted by partners to final recipients can only be granted based on Article 20A. Controllers do not check the conditions of state aid. This is something that auditors do. And in case of controllers, they verify if declared expenditures are within the limit of state aid or de minimis aid. I'm frozen.
I think you're not frozen. It's good.
I'm not frozen. Okay, now I'm not. But I saw myself frozen on the screen. So, in case of controllers, they check the limits for state aid and de minimis, and the limits are for projects in the subsidy contract, and also they check the project the budgets of the partners, and they check if the limit of 80%, for example, of VRDF, which is stated relevant, is not crossed. They do not check on contribution, I must tell you. They do not check what kind of entity grants additional subsidy on your as your own contribution, whether the institution was following the rules of stated or not. This is not the competition of our controllers. They will there only to verify the ERDF. VAT is also verified by controllers. In case of stated projects, they will verify if the VAT is not recovered, if it is eligible. Obligations of the project partners granting indirect stated under Article 20A. These obligations that I have just mentioned will be checked. So the controllers will check if you calculated the amount, if you indicated the expenditures with indirect stated, if Polish partners collected the forms on stated, and if they registered the information in the registration system. The auditors will verify if the conditions for granting stated de minimis have been met, because they have such questions in their audit checklists. So we have to be always prepared for some questions. More, I think, questions can go to projects with no stated, because, as I mentioned, they are a bit more strict, or maybe they do not know all the rules of stated. They probably they might not know, for example, the interpretations and the Commission notice on the notion of stated with regards to cultural organizations, what had happened to us in another Interreg program. And then we have a discussion with them. But I must assure you that there are not many irregularities on stated, according to the European Commission audit results. Stated irregularities are on the 8th place, and only there were 6 on Interreg projects. So, do you have any questions to that part? Because if you don't, we can.
Oh, hello.
Yes.
This is Hanna Undkowska from the University of Gdańsk. Can I have a question?
Yes, of course.
And just
Very
based on the material provided, I have a question. If for the forthcoming call, that will be again employed external experts to decide about the state aid or not, or this time it will be done by your office?
Alexandra, you would like to answer? Or?
Yeah, as always, it will be external assessor that will be hired for assessment of the state aid in the projects.
No, I just like to make comment. It's very unfortunate because the issue is very complex, and also it's even based on the material provided today. I think it's very hard to assess, and also I expect that the experts will be rather chosen based on their qualification against like issues or subjects related to energy, innovation, etc., than for the public aid itself. So is there any chance that Interreg of Baltic will give any advice to the auditors or experts how to proceed? Because I'm really worried about the outcomes.
Thank you, Hanna.
Thank you.
There are separate experts that assess the quality of the projects and separate assessors that specialize in state aid. And we have very strict requirements for the experts, their experience, their education, etc. And they are very carefully chosen by the Joint Secretariat in an open call. Thus, we will proceed as we used to in the previous calls, and what is in our procedures is that the state aid assessment is done by external assessors, experienced, educated, that have to read your whole project application form, including the state aid self-assessment test that we now implemented. So they will get some additional information from you. There is you have quite a lot of space in the application to also explain what is your intention with the project, and they will take that into account.
Okay, thank you. That sounds great. I can really hope that will go better this time. Okay, thank you.
I will add one thing from my side. We also have an assessment checklist that is filled in by the experts, and we also instructed the experts on the self-assessment check and what they should take into account. So we also hope that the assessment will be positive only in those cases that are really positive. And of course, the experts might not have some doubts or about your activities if they receive some additional information from you, because you will have a chance to fill in this self-assessment check. So hopefully this will work. Of course, we are testing that. We are watching, we are monitoring, we are trying to improve the situation. We are trying to change the procedures, but it's always for the good of our beneficiaries. So we will be also working out the procedures for the next financial perspective, but let's hope for this fifth call we will also have good results about the assessments on stated.
Okay, I'm looking forward, but the responsibility will be anyway on the beneficiary level. So.
In what terms you mean that responsibility that there is this test, or no? Of course, I mean this is this is a very good moment, I think, to open this our discussion on advantages and disadvantages of stated in your projects. Because, of course, you are responsible for your projects, how you are going to plan your activities. Either you are going to have the activities with some economic results. And I must say that when you talk about the advantages, I wouldn't really think about avoiding the economic activity in your projects if you are sure that it will help to achieve more or faster some goals that you are intending to have in your projects. Because the example of hospitals, for example, that purchase equipment and they decide that they are going to use only the equipment to test the patients within the public system. They will probably have less patients. They will depreciate the equipment longer, which is not necessarily a positive thing for the equipment that is modernized and it changes, etc. But also the research organizations, if they purchase the equipment and they have they want to use this on a larger scale, so they might decide that they will use it both for public reasons and for some private commercial economic reasons. So if you think about having something faster or get more results, better results, maybe sometimes there is no reason to avoid stated. You will know that your ERDF might be stated relevant because of this activities planned this way. But anyway, if there is just some kind of administrative burden that you have to fill in the form on stated or de minimis, I think it's not much, but still the results can be better and. Still, you will get the more diverse group of final recipients, for example. If you decide, for example, that your targeted groups are SMEs, private sector is included, maybe your results will give the chance to innovate something new. So the innovations are looking forward, of course, in the European Union. Startups are willing to use the support of ERDF, maybe also in Interreg projects. So if you think about the effectiveness of projects, stated might increase the positive impact on the business sector and employment as well.
Thank you for explanation. I maybe will come back with another questions at the end of the meeting, which is really related to ongoing projects. Is that right?
Yes, of course. Yes, you're welcome. I mean, I'm trying to focus on some advantages with regard to this to our last block that we have to sum up the subject on stated. There are some advantages that are obviously visible. But of course, when you think about these advantages, they are also there. So nothing is white or black. I would say that this is rather gray, because we have obstacles with regard to stated, but also some advantages. The obstacles are mostly related to administrative burden. And we have to think about accumulation problems because they exist there. We should be concerned about the procedures that we should establish if we have stated, and we do that as the managing authority NJS. VAT can be ineligible, of course, but only on Article 20, but still. And Polish partners also have some additional burden, and I personally think it is quite a huge burden with regards to the registration obligations in shrimp, also for some small amounts like Article 20A, because the European Commission does not require to register these small amounts in any public registrations. This is the national law, and unfortunately, as the managing authorities in Poland, we do not have really have the power to have an impact on that. Also, assessment failure. Sometimes, if we, for example, had not enough experienced experts, but we really verify the qualifications. This is what the Joint Secretariat does. We, in case of any problems, we try to instruct them and monitor their work. However, if they do not receive enough information from the application forms, you also might expect that your assessment on stated will become positive. But just feel free to open yourself, and if you have some obstacles that you encountered and you would like to share, please do that, because we take into account every voice. Every time we know that something is a kind of an obstacle with regard to stated, we also can notify it to the European Commission For example, now there is a stage to send our concerns with regards to the regulation on block exemptions. We also can have a chance to discuss it with other Interreg programs and exchange the experience. So now you also have a chance to open up if you would like to.
So can I
Anya?
again have a question?
Yes, of course.
Because I'm
You're
still
very
wondering
welcome.
about the ongoing project and about ongoing situation, because the project we are implementing now, which is called Aqua Loop, has been also granted by the state aid already during the first call procedure. And because of the fact we cannot apply for any additional governmental funding in Poland, which is really make like confusion and issues at the university, because that was like circa about €400 budget per partner, and the state aid and own contribution is an issue here. So based on the materials and the knowledge provided today, even if I'm not an expert about state aid, I can really think that maybe our project hasn't been granted as being state aid, because everything we are providing is like an open access. It's available for free for stakeholders and users, etc. Any training, materials, curricula, everything is free of charge. And also we are working mostly on the pilot solutions, which can be really adopted by the SMEs within the region, not only in Poland, but everywhere. So in this condition, I think we shouldn't be granted by the state aid. And I'd like to ask, is there any chance, like being a beneficiary in Poland, to apply for, I don't know, renegotiation of the contract, or applied for any additional assessment? If you can give me any advice, I will be more than welcome.
Alexandra, you would like to answer, or I can answer as well?
I mean, I will say, but you can of course supplement my answer. So there is the appeal procedure in our program refers only to the procedure of the assessment as such. So we do not have the possibility of complaint on the content of the assessment. And the assessment of an expert is final. And the fact that like now in the fifth call, we implemented the state aid self-assessment tool doesn't change there is no possibility to change the assessment that to the projects that were accepted in the previous calls. So sorry.
No, but I think it's not an answer, because I personally myself, I not always believe in like just one external assessment. It's really hard, because it's really influence the implementation of the project, influence the politics or policy of the beneficiaries themselves. So is there any chance to establish maybe or decide on the like a more complex procedure for this state aid granting, that will be very much useful for the beneficiaries, because otherwise there will be actually not interest in applying for another projects in such a situation, because the public institutions here, especially our university, which has a few, at least South Baltic Interreg projects, are just simply not interested.
Thank you. So the thing is that of course, no one wants to lose any beneficiaries. We very much value you as the beneficiary of our program, and we hope that you will stay with us and keep applying. But on the other hand, you are also, by applying to our program, you agree to the rules of the program, and we cannot just disobey EU regulations. We have to have a state aid assessment, and if the assessor decides on the state aid being granted, then we take this decision into account. Now, in the future projects, you will have the possibility, in the application, the fifth call, you would have the possibility to explain it more. So basically, first of all, there are the program rules that so far has not changed. And second of all, when you are signing the project partner declaration, actually you as the partner, you are confirming that you have funds for covering 20%. So we understand that you would like to have further co-financing, but on the other hand, from our perspective, the project is state aid relevant. You confirm that you have 20%. And yeah, what you can do currently is we don't have appeal procedure as such. If you write to us official letter, I don't know, you have some examination by the lawyer, of course, then to such letter we have to respond, but there is no appeal procedure as such.
No, thank you very much. We'll consult our law office maybe, because there's not only one project, so it's at least a few. So thank you.
Thank you also.
And
Are there more questions?
If I may add, even if we were to examine the letter that you will send us, the external expert assessment does not change. So we cannot guarantee that the final verdict, let's say, will not be the same.
Yes, thank you very much anyhow, because when I just got the information during the first selection procedure, it was the first call. At the beginning, no one was 100% sure if we can apply for the additional funding in Poland or not. So even we just make an application, which was kind of waiting until the final answer and the second call of the projects being granted during the second call. And then we have been asked not to apply for any funding because it's against the state aid rules. So that's my questions. Thank you very much.
Do we have more questions?
I see the question from Raza. If you would like to speak up, then.
Yes, thank you. So my question is about possibility to change between state aid and de minimis scheme. It's ongoing project. It's just starting now, and we have chosen the state aid approach. And we were offered, the consortium was offered to choose any of those. So is it possible to change if we consider now that it's better now for us to have de minimis?
Could you specify, please, at what stage is your project? Is it contracted? Have you started reporting or?
It's just contracted now.
Just being contracted now. Okay, if you haven't reported, then you can contact your project officer and submit request for changes. And if your budget is under 300,000 and there are no other obstacles for you to hit the limit or of this de minimis aid, then it is still possible to change. The problem is after you start reporting, then most probably it would not be possible anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have more questions?
Don't be shy, please. Address us in the chat or raise your hand.
Well, in the meantime, you can always think of your questions, but you also, some of you, put your questions in the registration form. And in my opinion, some of the answers you are able to find in the presentation, and I answered already. For example, how to determine whether an activity constitutes state aid, or how to assess the economic activity criterion, which funding models or aid schemes are acceptable and used. But you also ask, for example, what documentation is required to justify the absence of or presence of state aid for audit purposes. So in case of absence of state aid, if your project is without state aid, you do not have to justify the absence of state aid. In case of state aid present in your project, as I mentioned, there are certain documents, for example, forms on state aid that you fill in, and they will be probably also required by the auditors, controllers. I mentioned what they verify in terms of documents that you present with regard to state aid. There was also a question whether support for project partners from third countries could be considered state aid. Yes, we have the program with Ukraine as the managing authority. We grant state aid for both Polish and Ukrainian partners. And Polish partners are only allowed to grant indirect state aid, and they also can grant this indirect state aid to final recipients that come from Poland and also from Ukraine. But everything with regard to granting the state aid is based on Polish provisions because we are in the European Union. And there was also a question of what to do when de minimis is not enough. Simply, if we see that you reached crossed the limit of de minimis on your project budget, we follow the Article 20 of GBER, and this is the only possibility to grant you direct state aid. Maybe you have more questions. Or maybe you have some opinions that you would like to express, or some experiences. What is the main obstacle for you with regard to state aid? We already know about the own contribution, maybe something else.
While we wait for people to think about questions, we have these questions in the chat about whether the webinar will be available, and if yes, where to find it. Yes, the webinar is recorded and will be made available to you, as well as the presentation. And this will be available on our website. We will provide you with the link and the presentation.
Can I have one last question?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So what is your general advice? Shall we invite to the consortia the SMEs partners, or it's better strategy to avoid such participants in case of the granting state aid?
Well, first of all, if you invite SMEs to the partnership, they will probably not be concerned about getting additional subsidies to cover their own contribution. I do believe. So if you are in the project, and as I mentioned, you as a university might have you might be assessed differently with regard to the same activities, because you are a different type of the partner, different from the SMEs that are going probably to participate in the project with the advantage that it will benefit their regular economic activity on the market. So I wouldn't avoid it, because the public-private partnerships are very good. They really bring more efficient effects, and the capitalization have the biggest potential to receive. There is a possibility to capitalize the results of the project in future as well.
Okay, thank you, because we established quite promising cooperation with some SMEs from Sweden and Denmark, and that would be a pity to lose such a consortium. So thank you for explanation.
And I must say that we already have the examples of projects assessed by external experts where the partners are, of course, differently assessed. I mean, public partners with regard to the activities of the projects are non-stated relevant. And for example, typical private companies that really participate in the project, but the results of those activities that they are involved will benefit their economic activity. They are stated relevant. So it does not matter that the assessment will affect you because you have partners in the partnership that are very likely to be stated relevant. So do not avoid such a partnership.
Very great, thank you.
So if we do not have more questions, I think we are coming to the end of this webinar. Alexandra, Kyriakos, would you like to say something? From my side, I would like to say thank you to all of you that you were able to devote your precious time and to listen on this difficult issue which is stated in your projects. I hope that some things are more clear now. If not, you will always have a chance to re-listen this webinar. Also, look into this presentation. And in case you proceed with stated, because you become stated positive, you will always have a chance to ask the questions to JS, and JS consult some questions, of course, with the MA, particularly with me, because I'm responsible for stated issues in the managing authority. So I would like to thank you all for being attentive and participating in this webinar today.
And
Thank you very much.
I would like to say, I don't know, Alexandra, if you want to say a few words as well.
No, thanks, Kyriakos. Just
Okay.
thank you for your attention, and you are welcome to ask more questions later on after the webinar.
Perfect. So, since we approach the end of this webinar, we once again apologize for these small technical issues we encountered, but sometimes these are beyond our control. We promise we tried a lot of times before everything was perfect, but sometimes things happen. If you have any more questions, of course, you can address them to us. In the meantime, I would like to ask you to fill a very brief survey, because we would like to hear from you. Give me 1 minute. Okay, I think probably it's on your screen. Alexandra, could you confirm? Perfect. I'm glad to see that a lot of you were satisfied, or very satisfied even. Okay, and one final question that we would like to address, it was not actually clear in the registration form. Can a regional museum owned by the municipality submit an application and be eligible for funding to update or change its exhibitions? This seems to not be related to state aid per se. If the person asking this question is present today, could you please give us more precise information before we close? To my understanding, this participant may want to ask whether municipal funding for a regional museum to update its exhibition could be count as state aid, or is it considered a non-economic cultural activity? This is as I understand it. We have no answer. So you can always address this question privately to us. For our part, we would like to thank you all for the participation today. We are very happy to have such a high turnout actually for such a specific and for many complicated topic such as state aid. We also hope that your questions or concerns were answered today, and to aspiring applicants present with us here, we wish you best of luck with your applications. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye bye.